Hey everybody, how are you? Happy Wednesday. Let's get this thing started.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And happy Wednesday. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. And you're having a great week so far. 2 days closer to 2 more days and then it's Friday. Ain't that a fantastic thing? Also, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. Uh Last night or yesterday I played Prison Architect with my friend Snake. Today I'm playing by myself. Uh and you guys are going to see some of the mods I have. One of my favorite mods is this, a fucking ginormous ass power station that puts out. Uh, oh yeah, I haven't put the capacitors in, but it puts out an astonishing amount of power, like 11,000 units, which is absolutely ridiculous. I was just like, I was just browsing the mods, and I was like, ooh yeah, this'll work. I like this one. And then I have a mod that gives me the death row letter, so I can uh, send anybody I want to death row. I can kill anybody I want by just killing them. I have a knife. It'll cost me to kill them, but yeah, or I can just send them to death row and I get paid to kill them. So I'm a terrible, terrible warden, but it's all in good fun. Figured I'd put it all down here. That's not. There should not be lights underneath that. Let's move that. Yeah, there shouldn't be lights there. Let's clear indoor area of all these lights. I forgot. I don't know why there's lights here because it's just how it got built. Alright, I only have 20 workers, so get your asses over here at some point and do what I want you to do. Okay, we need more. 50 should do it. Yep, we know. Good, all the lights are gone. What do you want? What do you want? The hardest thing I swallow. This is gonna be the hard cable doing all this. Well, okay, maybe it won't be hard, but it's not gonna be easy either. Let's see. Sucks that there's no easier way to do this. With is our planet. We love the earth. It is our home. We love the earth. It is our planet. They love the earth. It is our home. I remember when this song came out, ridiculous. I don't care what's going on. Planet. We love the earth. It is our home. We love the earth. It is our planet. We love the earth. It is our home. Love the earth. Hmm. This is such a time consuming process. It's quite annoying, but it has to be done. go. Almost done. Hmm. Hi, Dark Shadow. Good morning to you. It is. Uh, you missed me yesterday. Did I finally get it all? Maybe. I think I did, yes. Just starting work, nice. Do you actually go into a work like physically, or do you work from home? I think it's under objects, radiator. Oh no, it is utilities. Oh. uh, both. What the hell? And go in. I go in 1 day a week, and the hell the rest of the week. Ah, work from home. Work from home. Oh, I'm sorry. Not what the hell. Let me. Oh, okay. I see. Maybe my eyes are going bad. I don't know, but I just had to zoom it in. So now I want a water boiler, which can go right there. Hopefully we can get the hot water pipe to reach all the way down here. Please? I'd appreciate it, game. Please? Okay, so we're gonna stop there. That's fine. I'll move that there then. Oh, yeah, what do you mean that I missed yesterday? You missed yesterday. Dude, I don't remember you streaming yesterday. You are, what, an hour behind me? Is it, what, 8 there? Yeah. What was I doing? What was I doing yesterday? I don't even remember what I was doing yesterday. I don't know. When did you stream? 10:30 my time? So it was 9:30 your time. I don't remember what I was doing. Huh. I miss a lot of people's streams. It's not on purpose. It's just shit. All right, what the fuck are you complaining about over here? I don't know why you're telling me about this. Okay, I need something different. Also, as you guys see up over there, uh 5 minute 30-second warning, and then 3 minutes worth of ads will start playing. So at 9:30 time, play Tiny Tina and Dark Auditor 11 streamer buddy, and then did some Apex until 12:30. Oh my gosh, yeah, I was in bed by then. Yeah. Holding on, not holding on, not just the presence of God. Holding on, just holding on. Beautiful mistakes. I make this announcement every stream. If you guys want to hear what I'm singing, you need to catch me live. It will not be in VODs and it won't be in clips. Also, I don't normally promote this, but if you miss a stream and you want to catch up on it, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I don't think I have a link for my YouTube channel. I don't. I don't. Let's see if I can get a link. I should create a command or a time. Uh, Switch account. This account. Go to my channel. Congrats on beating it. I need to create a command real quick. Beautiful. For mistakes I wouldn't take her back. I'm in love with the past, and now we lie awake making beautiful mistakes. Uh, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then you guys will be getting an ad. Unless you're subscribed or you have Twitch Turbo, then you won't. Why is it wet? I'm in love with the past, and now we lie awake. See if the command worked. Yeah, I get it. Did it work? Uh, why did it not work? Oh shit. Oh shit. God, I hit it. I put it in the wrong. That's why. That explains it. Why did you default to that? I don't want that. I want it mine, not that person's. God, I hope I didn't mess theirs up. Activate. I want. 1 minute warning. There we go. Yeah, so in 50 seconds as the timer says up over there. You guys will be getting an ad. Well, 3 minutes worth of ads. All right. Time to build. Need to build reception. Excuse me. I want someone who loves me. Someone who loves. That's what I fucking want. Someone who loves me. I need someone who needs me. Good grief, Nikki. Ad should be over in 40 seconds. All right. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. Hopefully, you guys got some good ads, not some shitty ones. Reception. Yes. It should be all I have to do, right? Well, other than getting that out. One, two, three, and four. Get rid of all those. There's no. Come on. There we go. It takes care of that. Know about rolling down in the deep when your brain goes numb. You can call that mental freeze when there's people talk too much. Put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. I'd rather have lots of jail doors there just as an extra security. There, that's protected. I thought reception had toilets. I guess not. Actually, let's no. Actually, no. Demolish walls. There we go. Make that one big room. Okay. I don't have janitors yet. That's an important thing. Okay. Then the electrical coating. for protection. There we go. What I'm hoping is to bring them in and then walk them out this one. Would be nice, but I don't have a way to. But that's in a perfect world, and this ain't a perfect world. Stuff never works as I intend it to. Mm. I don't like that. I need to fix that floor. Ooh, she walla walla, she do a thing thing. Ooh, she walla walla, she do a thing thing. Sweet. Canteen. Trying to get saved. Just wanna get saved. Are y'all that dumb? They are. Guess I also need gardeners. Uh, Kitchen. Actually, I have a better way to do that. Do it like this. There we go. And they can prisoners can just try to come out this way, but it's not going to lead anywhere, so it's kind of useless. The um okay, so that takes care of the kitchen. Needs water. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't have water anywhere in the prison right now. Need you to camp. Find nobody else as good as you. I need you to. Oh, what the hell do you want? I'm sure it is, because of course it is. There. Fuck you. It is not overloaded. Thank you. So while I'm over here, let's put in a water boiler. It is 48, but I still should see and once the kitchen gets going, it'll be fine. Oof. It's just barely. Max is 68, so. Wow. That's crazy. Well, I can put another radiator in, it's fine. Temperature. Good, it's 68 now. This is heating up. Gotta put in fire sprinklers. Small pipe insulation. I gotta do the same thing with the hot. Good. Then there's also one for that. There's one of these for that. I need to do the same thing down here. There we go. There. Okay. So I need to start building cells. I give them pretty nice cells, to be honest. What I need to do is build a walk path. What do you want? I don't give two butts. This'll work. That's 15. Let's make it 20. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sure, whatever. How does this not line up? Oh. Okay, so what does that take out? How much? Should leave a... Leaves a too wide gap. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We'll leave that. It's perfect for... That. That. In fact, I can probably make it smaller. It's coming down here. Or maybe I can't make it that much smaller. I can. Let's get rid of that door. We'll do that. Do that. Oh. No. No, no. Let's get rid of the doors. We will put in metal-sized contraband detectors because, yes, of course. Can you take that door, please? Thank you. Oh, we had a death. Oops. Actually, we can go out of here and out. Yeah. 2 minutes, 30-second warning. Feel like here would be good. So what, a 6 wide? I can do 4. That's fine. We'll go up 8. Is that enough? Yeah. That's not too bad. It's doable. Hi, Emerald. Large jail door. Air. Lots and lots of jail doors. So that means all of... I mean, all this can go. Well, all that can go, and most of this can go. I only need... That's all I need. Cool. Oh. Why not? I like to be sure I have plenty of them. I always go overboard. Honestly, I'd rather have more than I need than not enough for them. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick BRB while these ads are running. Oh no, baby. I'm back. All right. So, say la vie. Boop boop. So I got. Oh. Okay, everything else looks good. Oh wow, that's slow. But it's all being reinforced with rebar, which is good. Okay, so I should for now get rid of these doors so they don't have a way out. Oh, back my sweat. The dance. The bunch of back. Water. Gotta get water up there. I should have a water pipe right there. You can touch me with slow hands. Beat it up, baby, make me sweat. Big bang. Right there, baby, want your bag. The body that say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're good at 10. Touch it with slow hands. Beat it up, baby, make me sweat. Dream man. Right there, but did what you say. Body had to say, I wouldn't turn away. Okay, Mr. Foreman, I do not care. If there was a mod to remove all that, I sure as God would. I would strip that out. It's annoying. I hate the constant phone calls. Oh, what? Great. I don't give a shit. I really, truly don't. Substance issues where? I don't see that. Mm-mm. No, I don't. Everything looks good to me. Hmm. Funny, I don't see any substance issues. Yeah, no substance issues. Oh, no power. Put more of this on. Mm, just do one continuous pipe. And then just connect them up as needed. Right, and they're not going to reach. That's what I figured. So I am going to need more. Maybe not. Hmm. Actually, I might not. Oh, good. Cool. Oh, come on, really? Hi, Lois. How are you? Are you... There you go. About damn time you do that. Ow. Mm. Now to put all these hot water pipe insulation. Sleepy but good. You, about the same. I'm awake. Spicy nudes. Ooh. Spicy nudes? Ooh. Spicy. Ooh. Spicy nudes? No, I've never I can't eat a lot of spicy stuff. I like it, but it burns the hell out of my mouth. That's why I had coffee with it. Coffee with spicy. I don't know. I don't know about that. That just sounds like a bad combination of no. Oh, good. Everything's warm. All of these people are warm. Stick and be. The milk and the coffee help. Ah, gotcha. So residual heat. Wow, that's not bad. Oh God, it is really hot there. Let's put in some large ass windows to help dissipate the heat. $84 in there. Oh my goodness. I have no idea what that is. What even is that? Mysterious crate? Search. I don't know. I don't even care. Uh. Aw. Well, considering he was up early, he went to bed early, and he was up early for class today. Remember? And then he's got class or meeting again Friday. So, and that's fine. I got to hang with him a little bit for a couple hours yesterday, which is nice. Still 84 there. I don't blame him to be honest, but he went for some. Oh, he's been dealing with a lot of shit between missing the heck out of you. It's cute. And then everything else going on. Mad props to him. Mm, actually, let's just remove the wall. Why do I even have a wall there? Fuck it. Like it was with a bank he's already with. His parents deal with the gas and electric, and there was a homeless thing there, and he was like, "Again, I live with my parents." Jesus. Yeah, I remember he was dealing with his bank he was getting sick of his bank. Again, I feel for him. He's going through it. Yeah. He may be sleeping over Monday to Wednesday. Ooh, awesome. I'm happy for him. Is the temperature going to get any further up this way? Uh, no. So we do need to put in a little bit of. Damn Twitch. Because they are the only days decide early Tuesday morning for me. We don't have to go to meetings. Good. If he does go and stay over, urge him not to get on Discord. Spend time with you. Both of you. Stay off your social medias and spend time together, please. Same one, nice. I just want you guys to be able to spend time together. I won't bother you all. That I can promise. Uh, water. Water boiler. Aside from then, we think Christmas would probably be the next time we would see each other, especially with both of us. Oh my gosh. It's a long time. That's a long time. Oh my goodness. That sucks. I didn't know you were busy. I mean, I knew he was busy, but I honestly I didn't know you were busy doing anything. Then again, you and I don't talk much, so. Hi. To be. Seem to like putting mine a day. Oh, I see. That sucks. It really is. You're looking for a job, have zero social life. Ugh. Yeah. Well, it's an unfortunate thing, girl. I don't know. I don't know. Wish I could help both of you, but there's no way I can. Wish I could help all of us that don't have jobs. Of social life, so there is no winning. Yeah. It's a delicate balance. Oh, you have a job? Okay. Oh, you have to go in the morning? Oh, bummer for you. You're not able to stay up late. And by the time you get home from working today, you're tired and you don't want to do anything. Because by the time you get home, eat, shower, etc., you're just like, I'm going to bed. I remember what it was like. I hated it. Uh, or here, work the weekends, which are the only days everyone else has off. Yeah. All right, let me start bringing in some prisoners. Minimum only. I'll take 40 minimum, please. So I'm giving you guys 7 hours of sleep. That's fine. I should make the yard pretty close to here then. Oh. I'll be a friend that's stopping in Japan. I like you. I do. With a band that's stopping in Japan. I like you. I do. Really? That's not quite what was supposed to happen? Really? It's not what's supposed to happen. Thank you. I'll make it just a little bit bigger because I can. It is. There's two doors. What do you mean secure behind at least one door? It is. What am I missing? Let's undo it as yard. Redo it. There we go. Like it is secure. What do you mean secure it? Alright. Also, because of heat issues. There we go. 1 minute warning and ads will be starting. Oh. That's not supposed to be like that. Oh, why not? Leave it then. It's not supposed to be there, but I'll leave it. That's messed up by a little bit. What's wrong with that? I don't know. Oh, it's a little bit bigger than it needs to be now. Okay. That's what's happened. Start temperatures. Um, not bad. Still need to put in some radiators. Let's put one there. Do I have a hot water pipe I can bum off of? If it'll reach. Oh, I guess ads were already in progress. I'm sorry. So, well, welcome back from ads. If anybody had ads. Uh, that should fix my temperature problem. Yep, 68. Good God, that's 82 in there. Oh, I'm up with two windows facing outside. Well, let's see. Does that make the temperature better? Way too hot. Nope. This won't get cold. This one is okay, and this one is, well. Sorry, that's why there's fire sprinklers there. Nice to see the yard is staying nice and comfortable. We don't want that door. I don't want that door. Prisoners should be arriving. Now, how many guards do I have? 20 or 40? There we go. Now to deployment, assign guards. How was that insecure? Whatever. I need to see the hold on. Hmm. Except these classrooms are just for guards and stuff, so okay. Wonder if that'll work for my guard room. What's the guard? Security. Oh, 4x4. It's a 4x5. Whatever. Yep. Uh-huh. And then chair. Hey, gone on forever. I thought that needed to be more over. Requires electricity. I don't have electricity set up? Oh, that's a problem. Hmm. Well, the way we know the show. Light up for the fire of the song. We all ride out together. We ride out together. Uh, well, I know that the prisoners aren't getting over here. There's no reason for them to be. At all. Hmm. I don't think there's any. Uh, there isn't. Of course not. Think about is you. Late night in the middle of June. Great waves been picking me out. Can make you happy or not. Oh, one more door servo should do it for now. Oh yeah, staff break room times. All I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been picking me out. Can make you happy or not. Would be armory. I need an armory now. Come on. There we go. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Waves been picking me out. Can make you happy or not. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Waves been picking me out. Can make you happy or not. 4 armories, perfect. I'm gonna have 40 armed guards. Fuck it. I want all of them on standby. I don't care if they like it or not. Oh, 40 armed guards on standby. Hey. We'll just make all this security. So you guys have more room to spread out. Programs. Guard, oh, staff. Guard taser. Five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. So that's, yep, there we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hmm. Meal quantity, meal variety's high. Okay, good. Oh, but I need a solitary. I don't have that put in yet. Nine, 10. My head, you're trying to save me. Stop holding your breath. Think I'm crazy? Do you think I'm crazy? Oh, that's not fair. Again, if you guys want, if those of you watching the VOD either on Twitch or YouTube, if you want to join in on the music, you have to watch it live. Heck, some days we even have song requests, so. You just have to catch me live. How was it so hot? What is the temperature outside? Mom must have the heat turned up. That's whatever. Get along with. Well, that's not fair. Oh, I guess I don't have anything for the repairman to do. We're gonna preemptively spray the place. Yay. Knock, you about to get shot. Mm. Hey, prisoners are finally arriving. Good. Oh, they're finishing up. You guys gonna be able to get out of there before? Nope. Oh, I just realized there's no water on these toilets. Whatever. Well, let's get a utility. Water. Large water pipe. Cool. Cool. Everything looks good. Good. Y'all don't have anything on you right now. That's good. Some contraband detectors will detect anything and everything you may have on you. What do you want? Y'all are gonna miss. Nope. You're not gonna miss too much. Good. Man, it has just been nonstop raining all weekend. Oh. I could put contraband detectors there. I should actually. Should put more in. What? Wait, why are you guys not in the yard? Wait, where are they? I'm so confused. Hmm. 30 seconds and ads will be starting. That's serious complaints. One is shackled under cells or in solitary. 40 armed guards are in service and prisoners have been necessarily searched recently. I wouldn't say you've been unnecessarily searched, but your safety's fine. Why are you in your cell? This is the yard. Uh. Mm. They're not using the yard, but there is a yard. They're only using the phones. There we go. Mm. Whew. Ah, goodness. Uh-oh. How is there a death? How did you die? I'm not suppressing anyone. Crazy. Y'all are getting upset over nothing? Does Yard have to be ISO? Maybe it has to be outdoors. Alright. Let's delete all that then. So hurry up and clear this out of the way, please. And then I'm going to build an actual outside yard. Man, why are people fucking dying? Jeez. People should not be dying. It is secure. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is weird. The past 2 hours I've been busy working and I suddenly had a thought. Why is it so quiet? I look over and you're loading. I have been for the... Weird. I am loading. Weird. What quality are you watching the stream at? It's an 1080p source. Can your internet should be good, right? What's your internet like? Good? Bad? I mean, Twitch likes to fuck shit up. The reason I ask is I'm streaming at 8K bit rate, so if for some reason your internet's struggling, you can drop it down to 720, 60 probably. Good, that's finally fixed. I need to put some lights in. There's a browser issue? Ah. That's fair then. I just realized you guys aren't gonna be able to get to that. Now you can. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 snipers? Snipers. Actually, I'll hire so they can go for a rest and they have somebody that can take their place. Uh, Good. Whew. So, what else do I need at the moment? You guys are sleeping. What else should I build? Medical shop, shower, staff room. Uh, Armory, infirmary, laundry. Yeah, you guys need clean laundry. Uh, Electrical. Oh, I actually have to. Oof. Fair. Oh, electrical for this as well. My mind. I only wanna do bad things to you, so good. You can't explain it. What can I say? Today's drink, what I'm drinking today is healthy balance apple cranberry juice. Pretty good stuff. And it's not that unhealthy. I want you forever, even when we're not together. Mm. It's 11 o'clock. Wow. Already. I might take a break to get something to eat here in a few minutes. Uh, so we got laundry now. What else do I want to build at the moment? Oh, visitation. Yeah, I'll build visitation for you guys. Your visitation is over here. Parole is basically a small room with a visitor table. 5x5 room. Yep. That's too small. 3, 4, 5, 6. We need a regular door. It's fine. Cool. That should fix that. Kinda. How's work going, Dark? I hope it's going good for you. Keeping people's network on. Answering people's questions and complaints. I can't explain it. What can I say? It's complicated. So that'll be visitation. Not visitation, I'm sorry, parole. Excuse me. Parole, please. Parole. 5x5. Perfect. And the only thing I need is a visitor table. Awesome. I'd start in 15 minutes. Yeah. What is that? A cage. Interesting. Oh, weather center, yeah. No, no. Never take a. Oh, no, no. Never take a damn thing slow. All I know is chase this hope and get money. Take no loss. Never gonna lose my sauce. Chase this dope and get money. Get money. What are y'all complaining about? How are you complaining about sleep? You're getting 7 hours of sleep and you're complaining. What are your complaints? Sleep, hygiene, family, comfort, hydration. What am I supposed to... Okay. Wait, what does this do? What the fuck is... Um, okay. Sure. Sure, why not? Oh, guess I reached the end of that playlist. Oh, what else do I want to listen to? I don't really know. Uh, I don't. Oh, switch account. What? No, I'm not picking 5 artists I like. Go somewhere. There we go. I don't know how everybody keeps dying, but whatever. That's neat, I guess. Not what I was looking for. I think it's watercolor I want. I don't know if this does anything or not, but we'll put it in anyway. What can it hurt? Bad Liar, Imagine Dragons. Uh, let's see. What's the description for it? Oh, drink fountains. Uh oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I did not know that was a thing, guys. Girls. Whatever, I didn't know it was a thing. There, I put a bunch in here. I genuinely had no idea. That's interesting. There. You're getting sleep. Holy cow. Do I need to give you an extra hour of sleep? Fine, I'll take away your morning shower. Give y'all an extra hour of sleep. I don't know. This is your free time. Do what y'all want. Bad liar. Now you're gone. What the fuck? Holy shit! Every time he gets healed, my armed guard just keeps punching him. Are you kidding? Dude, what are you doing? I hate him. Why the fuck do you hate him so much? Are you that fucking bored? Dude, what the hell? I've never seen that before. That is ridiculous. He just kept punching him. Hmm. Good. Things look a little bit better. Oh, hell no. I hate spiders. I would not have them crawling all over me. Mm-mm. Nope. 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 Sleep is what you're complaining about. I've given you guys sleep. My goodness. Prisoners will only be able to sleep in the cell to which they are assigned and will only sleep between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. So obviously they can go to bed too. 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Mm-hmm. All good. They go to bed at 12 and get up at 7. Technically, you're getting 8 hours of sleep. Yeah, you are. Here. There. I'll give you another hour. It's what, 9 hours of sleep? Y'all shouldn't complain much more than that tonight. I should fix all your stuff tonight. What? What do you mean no free cells? How did you become criminally insane? What? Another one just became criminally insane. Oh god. I'm not even going to deal with it. Just no. I'm not building criminally insane cells for you guys. You can just die? Ugh. That's annoying. That is very annoying. And right there. There we go. There, you got a gem. Have fun. What else do I need to give you? Y'all want to take out some of your aggression? There's a fight club. Whatever the f that does. Fuck you. I need 20 seconds. How much power am I using? Nothing. I don't know what else I can give you guys. A common room. Guess I could be nice and do that. Mm-mm. Okay. Where's the guards that are supposed to be here? Hmm. That's very inefficient. Hmm. I picked up. You know what? Let's get rid of the jail doors. You know what? Okay. Get rid of them. Most important ones are here anyway. And there. That's good. No way for you guys to get out anywhere. Well, I guess you could, but no. No tunnels. Nice. I guess you can't dig through the rebar. That or had tunnels disabled, I don't remember. Be fucked up if you can't be right. I did the same thing I told you that I never could. Even then I knew I never could. Find nobody else as good as you. Uh, what are you all complaining about now? You're getting ready to go to sleep for a long time. You're getting like 7, 8 hours of sleep? 9 hours? You're getting sleep. So you guys have your sleep need fulfilled already. Why did the sleep schedule... Why is that going back up? How? All of you are in bed. Check media Discord? Okay. Ow. Ow, 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 that hurts. Oh. Oh. Nice. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. uh... Whew. Okay, I still don't understand. I gave you guys sleep, but apparently that wasn't good enough. So I guess I need to... Oh, okay. I was like, wait, move shower back, eating back. There we go. But I'm scared though. My mom and stepdad are nowhere to be found. Only a sleepy gizmo. Aw. Why is that a bad thing? Do you have anywhere you need to go? Take my hand, my dear, and place it in my eyes. Uh, okay. Because a minute ago they were indoors and it's pissing down outside. Ugh. That's all it's been doing here since Friday. Since Friday afternoon, it's been nothing but raining off and on here. As of 40 minutes ago, it was raining again. Um, it's been a while since we've done a shakedown. Be right back. Back. Oh, this is the old one. All right, let's speed this shakedown up. Of course, a death happened. Oh, storage is whatever I make it out to be. I'll actually make a delivery. Scanner monitors. There we go. Make that delivery. Okay, delivery isn't doing anything. What about storage? All right. Why are we not bringing this in? Oh. Okay. Where's our staff room? Uh, kitchen. And what the fuck? Hmm. Wait, no. That doesn't work. Okay. We don't want that to be... Oh, goodness. Good. Wide sofa. Drink machine. Uh, uh-huh. What was I doing? I forget. Hmm. Oh yeah, I never built offices like a dummy. There. All of this I could heat it now. That means all the staff people should be able to go where they're supposed to go. Come on. There we go. Huh, I haven't heard this one by the weekend. Call out my name. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Hmm. Well, just gonna sack you. Ah, there we go. Good. So as soon as they remove that door, I can put a wall there. Good. So the only way in and out is through this door here. Now the staff can eat. For some reason they couldn't before. There we go. Perfect. This should take care of their needs. I hope. Well, they really needed to go, apparently. Well. Big car, you go. So we got bladder slash bowels. That should. Yep, there they go. I got a couple drink fountains. I guess I should put more in. Uh-oh. Trying to balance their bladder needs is... Okay, there we go. Literature. So they want a library. Which... They're... Oh my goodness. Yes, Mr. Foreman, I know what you're calling me about. The doors, yes. Oh, no, not the doors. Wow. How did you go criminally insane? I can't do anything with you. Oh, shit! How the fuck did that happen? Oh my god. Hurry up. Where the fuck are you guys? Hurry up. Oh my god. I don't know how that happened. Come on. Get off the trucks. Oh my gosh. Ugh. The prison's burning to the ground because there's just not. Come on. Get off the truck. Oh my god. Seriously? What the hell? Oh my god. I can't do anything. These fucking firemen are just... Fine, I'm gonna have to cheat. What is it? This is ridiculous. Nope. I don't have the mod installed. The actual fuck. Oh wait, I can't use that. Damn it. How do I... They didn't even stop. What? What? Are you joking? The game has completely fucked me. The fireman won't stop. Why? I call for fire engines and they don't come. So I'm gonna lose an entire fucking... Oh no, I'm gonna go back to the last autosave. I don't care. 11:44, fine by me. I haven't done much since then. Mm-hmm. Um... I don't care. Apparently the heat caused it, I'm assuming. Which means it's going to happen again, which means I'm going to put fire sprinklers everywhere. Literally everywhere there's going to be fire sprinklers now. More than before. See if that does anything. Probably not. God, that was mad. Well, hello. How are you? We have a kitty making an appearance. Oh, we got a kitty making an appearance now. She's angry at me for some reason. There we go. Is that everything? Not quite. It is, actually, but... There. The plants get enough water. I literally put in sprinklers everywhere. Let's grab some... What out? Fire alarm? What does he want? I don't care what he wants. What? Great. Good for you. Probably started from the kitchen area because of how hot it got in there. Wouldn't surprise me. Now I'm gonna save. Auto save. And I'm gonna speed time up and see what happens. We got fire alarms and fire sprinklers in place. I just got ready to build a library and that's when it happened. Maybe it won't happen again because game's just like, oh wow. Pest controls. Oh. They can't stop because of the road. Great. Oh yeah, I guarantee a fire is gonna happen soon. Heck, even this stops spouting water. Hmm. Oh yeah. Well, now it's not happening. Hmm. It's like, oh, you put in preventative maintenance. Yeah. I need more road maintenance. I, ah, there we go. Why can't I call road maintenance? Hmm. Why is nothing stopping? Oh, I don't have a deliver. Hmm. Okay. So you have to have one for deliveries. Okay. Didn't know that. Now I do. There we go. Well, looky, looky. Looks like putting all the preventative maintenance in paid off. Yep. I just had to put in a delivery room, which is weird, but okay. Yep. No fire. Sweet. Hopefully it stays that way. So I'm about to be nice and give you all a library. What? Uh-oh, we lost power. Oh shit, I forgot about that down there. Um that's been going for a little while. Uh uh uh, uh helipad. Oh no, it just saved on me too. I'll take everything I can get. Oh, one place I couldn't do anything about that I forgot about. Right here. Got 20 firemen here doing their best to try to contain this. Let's go ahead and demolish the walls that are left. Now what? I don't know. There, now you guys can get in. There, in there. Craziness. Was not expecting a fire. Well, that's all they can do. Okay. Come on, get it under control. So I did Well, no, that's not good because now that there's no power, uh-oh. Um, that's not good. What do you want, Mr. Warden? Yeah, thing is, a water sprinkler is really not going to do anything with this big thing. Hmm. Hmm. Looks like the fires are done. Ah. Hmm. So we fixed no more fires, but I mean, I did go a little bit overkill, man. 2.673 million in debt. So, yeah. Yeah, I was going to build you a library. Did I build it yet? I don't think so because I kept having a fire happen. Sometimes all I think about is you. What do you want? Bonus of 10,000. Okay. That 10,000 is not going to do much. Like basic literacy skill. Who cares? I mean, that's mean. I shouldn't say that. What I should say is I don't know. That would be under programs. Hey, Reformed will come in and talk about the possible difficulties found upon release. Different problematic scenarios will be replayed for inmates to learn how to avoid sorting to violence. Oh God. What do you mean no? A gym mat. Since we're getting ready to go on ad break, I'm going to take a BRB, guys, and get some food. I'll see you when I get back. Uh, enjoy the music. Hello. No, don't apologize, Dark. Nah. What's wrong with you? Uh, you want luxuries? What kind of luxuries? I don't know if I showed, but yeah, we got leftover spaghetti for lunch. All right. Whew. Nope. We're done. I love you guys. I'm thinking of ending. Not used to doing this for this long. I did stretch. Thank you. I went down and got food, man. What? Yeah. Think I'm a hop off. Been on 3 hours, 40 minutes. Thank you for the stretch redemption. But yeah, let me see if there's anybody online we can raid. Thank you for hanging out, Dark. Lois, thank you for stopping by as well. I appreciate it. Uh, Lazy goes live when? Another hour. Oh, I know. I know. I can try. Yeah, he'd be the only one I'd have that I could raid, so I'll try. I mean, if he goes live today. Yeah, I know what you meant. I ignored it. He will. All right, we'll see. If that's the case, so what are they complaining about? So y'all want a chapel? I mean, I guess 6 by 6. Concrete wall. Daddy, daddy. So we need an altar, pews. Wait, it doesn't meet the minimum size? How? Oh, because it's 5 there. I can't do anything about that. What if I... Let me remove those walls I just placed. See if they are interfering with anything. I didn't mean to turn it up that loud, sorry. It's a pretty good song. I found it one day. I was like, ooh, yes. I didn't mean to trap you guys. I'm sorry. Is that gonna fix? Yes, fix the 6x6 issue. Good. There. Ah. Cool. You turned that type of chapel, and all of the prisoners started to run.
Up, tell your mama and your daddy they can lick my fucking nuts. Cuddle up to my balls, then wash my dirty drawers. I have fucking had enough, so I'm telling you to go fuck off. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Maybe you didn't hear me. I've got 1, 2 middle fingers pointed at you. One means fuck, one means off. So goodbye, toodaloo. Adios, hit the road, go bang a kangaroo. Mount a moose, jack a jackal, lack a back a nincompoop. Blow a monkey, monkey fucker, suck my Peter, little skeeter, ram a lamb, you ding dong. So long, you bottom feeder. I don't need you, never wanna see you, really wouldn't wanna be.
And this is why I have my streams rated as mature only. At least it's supposed to be mature.
Fuck off, F-U-C-K-O-F-F. Fuck off, F-U-C-K-O-F-F. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Hmm.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Crazy songs. So good. What else can we build for them? You got a chapel, whatever. Library. That's not much else. Ugh. I really don't get why you guys just have... Why there's just chairs sitting here. Let's get rid of them and put something in place. I bet it has to have at least one chair. For whatever reason. Ow. Yes, I've turned off my camera while I eat. You turned criminally insane. I have no idea why, so... Hey, stop that. Oh, you didn't see? Leftover spaghetti. I mean, it is lunchtime here on the East Coast. Yeah. It's regular spaghetti noodles. Oh, give me a minute. Okay. Alright, I should be good now. OBS was having a heart attack. It was like, your bit rate. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. It's just regular spaghetti noodles, Prego spaghetti sauce flavored with meat, and then some hamburger meat in there mixed together. It works. Alright. Oh. Yo, the Def B, welcome in. Thank you for that raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is Amora the Cat. I am a variety streamer. I am your friendly neighborhood cat as well. Meow. Sorry my webcam's off because I'm eating. Yes, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What were you streaming? Let me get you a shout out. Thank you for coming in. How? There we go. What were you playing? Oh, you were also
Didn't
playing
know
Prison
that.
Architect.
Oh, I want to see this fall. And we just find out the entire maze is like strictly supported.
Oh,
by
I
it.
would be. I mean, at least we can save and reload, right?
We save afterwards. It's more fun.
Oh my god.
Oh no, what game is that? Is that the Forest?
It fucking was.
Oh, bye.
It's structurally supported, but I need to go up to the top floor. I'm gonna hold it for in a second.
Yep, the Forest. We're building an amusement park currently going. Holy cow, 50,000 logs. Oh my gosh. That's insane. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you to bring your people over here. 50,000 logs. I've only played the Forest a little bit. Yeah, no worries. Oh, so are you in the UK or? Thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. You're now a kitten. Meow. So I take it you're either in the UK or you're in like Germany or somewhere. Denmark. Ooh, nice, nice. So it's a 644, right? I believe it's 644 there. Yes, so get yourself some dinner you enjoy. Thank you for that raid. I appreciate it and the follow. Enjoy. I'm actually eating my lunch, so. Oh shit. Oh shit. No. No, wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. There we go. What else can I give you guys? A large TV. There. There's a TV for you. You don't really need a computer. I mean, you have one in your cells, so... Dumbbell rack? I don't know what else to give you guys. I think you guys have a radio? Maybe not. I'll put a radio in. I'll get rid of that TV. That TV can go away. Let's put this TV over there instead. Much better TV. Come on, take away that TV, please. Where are you? Making your way through my maze of prison. Perfect. Think that's put a couple arcade cabinets in. Just for good measure. There. You guys should be much happier about that. Hydration. I've got hydration all over the prison, I think. Drink fountain. Yeah. Here, I'll put more in. Utilities, water, small water pipe. Okay. Is it gonna reach? Yes. Awesome. Where else can I put them that you guys might? A couple in the hallway, maybe? Put some in the cafeteria? Oof, excuse me. I don't have a meow command, dude. I have a purr. Actually, if you do, uh, there. Those are the commands I have, dude. It's hard to get the meow command because I'm not thinking about it when my cat meows. Hey, you're more than welcome to send me a cat meowing if you have a cat. I'll bat it for you. Uh, what points? There's also you also know there's stuff under the stream that you can use as well in channel point redemptions. Honestly, I don't even know how many points you have. Well, that's me. I can't. Um, and you remind me of things. I'm hurrying to add a command to make a meow. I know, but I haven't been able to get it. Is the thing. When my cat starts meowing, I don't think of grabbing my phone, dude. Come on. Cut me some slack. Now, again, if you have a sound effect of a cat meowing that you would like me to add, you can send it to me. I know, but I like to do everything in house if I can. But mm, as far as you, where the hell do I find that stuff? You have 452 points, Dark, and each sound effect is 20. So there, they should be much happier. Hopefully. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't go. Don't start that. Is that what you want? Oh, right, you're an ad. Ah. Welcome back, sir. Any good ads? I was not expecting there to be 9. Jesus. For almonds. Flooding where? Yeah, sorry about the ads. It was just give it a shot, see what Twitch does. I've made it so they're not too intrusive and they don't happen all the time. They're like twice in an hour, that's it. You get 2 2 6-minute ads, I think. I think that's what it is. It's just two, yeah, 2 6. It's 1 6-minute. Yeah, it's 2 3-minute ads per hour, which equals 6 minutes an hour. Dude. Everybody keeps saying, okay, yeah, Turbo, you don't get a subscription, everybody, but with Turbo, you don't get ads. I think it's Twitch Turbo. They said that I think that, even a partnership we were talking about, it's like $7 or $8 a month. Uh-oh. I do, why? Yes, but the problem is, it's hard to implement it with the way I have my audio set up. Right now, any sound effects that you play come through a different channel from what the game is. I don't want Stream Deck's audio coming through the game channel. So I keep the game kind of quiet, so people can hear me over the game. But yeah, the Stream Deck is nice. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. I'm going to need to fix my cables. But, here you go. That's my main menu. Got the OBS. Yeti mic. I got to fix the Discord one. But we go into OBS, and we got a bunch of stuff for OBS here. Here, I'll go to, there's all my scenes. It's not going to focus on it, but... So then we go back one. But there's the scenes. There's a subs I see mode only. I press this and it automatically starts OBS and a couple other programs up at once. That's a macro key. Alright, sub mode off. Oh, I gotta clean that. Hate raid, it automatically puts it in sub / C mode only mode, clears chat, etc. This is so I can turn the webcam on and off. That one starts and stops stream. Don't want to touch that. That allows me to turn on that if I have a donation goal set up. And of course that's for the mic. I don't use it to its full potential, but oh, nice. Yeah, the home. I don't have any home automation, of course. I would like to get a smart plug, or I don't want smart bulbs per se. I just want like a smart plug so I can plug these 2 lamps in front of me in, because it's a pain in the ass turning them on and off. Just be like, yes, turn these on when I start stream. The fade, it works. I mean, I've never put any thought into anything else. I've never really put any thought into anything else. I know that there's a million other things you can do, but it's more of, I'm not that skilled, and it's more of, do I want to put the time into it? No. Do I know how to do it? No. Mm. Oh. I have to check it out. If you want a complicated setup, he's not here right now, unfortunately. I don't know what he's doing. Bless his heart. I mean, it is 7 o'clock for him. But you should check out my friend. I think that's right. Oh. Well, actually, he made the sounders.
There. That's Michael. Blame him. He did it.
He made that sounder. He actually makes his own sound effects. This is him. Is it going to show him? Yes.
If you wanna leave a message after the tone, then speak clearly and I call you when I'm home. Do 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 do. Just say your words and say your name. Leave the time on that you've called.
I don't remember this clip.
The rest of the lyrics have I forgotten. But anyways, I made a fool of myself.
Or something like that.
If you ever think that our streams are complicated, his stream is a whole ass city of complexity. Oh my god. Oh. But if you like Zelda stuff, everybody here should definitely check out Michael. He usually streams on Fridays. I think it's like 2 or 3 Eastern. Because it's a 6-hour difference between him and I because he's in Germany. Let's see if I can get a better clip.
By the way, Mr. Customer, are you acquainted with that affordable little pirate girl? Adorable. Affordable. Oh my god! What did I read just now? Affordable. Okay, that was nice. Please make a clip of this. Oh god. Oh my god.
Yeah, he usually streams on Fridays and he does Zelda. He's done all the different Zeldas. Right now he's working on Ocarina of Time. I convinced him, me and a couple others convinced him to play it. So he's on Ocarina of Time now, but he just finished Breath of the Wild. But he's super cool, and I appreciate you following him. I'll let him know that you came from me. But he's a really good friend. He's done a lot for me in this stream. Oh. So have we heard anything about Lazy? About Mr. Glassman? Half hour to an hour? Ah, what the heck? Mm. Ah. Let it all go. Go. Oh, yes. An hour, he said. Uh-oh. Why'd we lose power? That's not good. Uh-oh. Ah. Yeah, I'm chatting with him. Ah, I need to get some acne pads. Ah, stupid pimples. Boils. Um, can I have my power back, game? This is dangerous. Yeah. Or ugh. Why game? Hello, can I have my power back? Oh, this is not good. This is really bad. I don't know what to do. Hi, lazy. Sleepyheads. Man, I've been up for a while. Just finished my lunch, actually. Ah, if I could just get my damn power to come back on. Grr. If I do that, I get it to come on. There we go. That works. As my game chugs to fix everything. I don't have a cell for you. Goodbye. Water spouts and smoke detectors. So I take it you have played this game then? Yeah, I have watched many, many hours of gameplay. Well, the reason there's so many smoke detectors and fire sprinklers because earlier I wasn't paying attention and a fire broke out and destroyed half my prison. And I couldn't do anything about it. So I reloaded a save from like 10 minutes before and I just went fucking crazy and put smoke detectors and fire sprinklers everywhere. So there'd be no way in hell it catches fire again. Uh oh yeah. Yeah. I always play with unlimited money. This way I can actually enjoy playing the game. If I had to play with the money limitation, no. Oh, you're like my power station. unlimited money. Also, you like my power station? Oh, this is my baby right here, man. I love you. 11,450 units of power. I power the entire prison off of just that. Everything in here is powered off that one. That's still got lots of power left over. Yes. There is no not like this. It's a yes. All right. Let's so many armed guards because I put it in. I'm like, you know what? Why not have them there? They don't do anything. Not computing in your head. I mean, they definitely don't like that there's 40 armed guards in service. One prisoner has serious complaints. 2 are shackled in their cells or in solitary. 23 have been unnecessarily searched recently. Staff morale is low. Why is staff morale low? Holy shit! You got food! Look, they've got food, they've got fucking tons of... Oh, the toilets are... Oh, that's right! The toilets are gone because, that was before it caught fire. Right. So I gotta put the toilets back in. Let's do that real quick. There we go. No fucking shit. So many toilets I can't even. Oh, but they're all gonna start using it. Actually, you know what? Let's help them out. Let's make this room bigger. We'll temporarily make this a big ass staff room. There, now there's a lot of toilets. There we go. Cry, no privacy. You can't do privacy. There's no way with this. Hey, at least I'm nice to the prisoners. Look what kind of cells they have. They have a TV, an office desk, a radio, a shower, a bookshelf, their own toilet. At least I'm nice to the prisoners. And their own toilet. The staff does not even have their own toilet. You can't, man. You can't. There's no way to do that. It sucks, but there isn't. Ugh. Nope. I can't leave. Oh my god. What's wrong? It's not a big deal. At least I'm taking care of everyone. Technically have nowhere to go. I'm sitting in queue for Overwatch. Ooh. Dude, you're going to be sitting for a while. I've heard the queues are like thousands long. Okay then, lazy. Go visit an Amora Cat's group staff toilet. Hmm. Oh my gosh. Continuing the queue and then I failed to connect. I've heard they've been having a lot of issues since it launched. Is it really worth it?
Money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me wanna dribble dribble.
You know, riding in my Fiat. You really have to see it. Oh, I forgot my webcam was off. Whew. Oh, it's so hot. What are we complaining about over here?
Darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again.
Because the vision's softly creeping. I don't have a cell for you. Go away. Can I move my keyboard back over now? Yeah. Let's move this mouse back over here. Oh, ads are starting. I'll see you guys after the ads. I quit. To the ones watching the VOD, just sitting waiting for the viewers to come back from the ads. That's all. Mm. Sweet. Nice. With 47 seconds to spare, that's pretty good. So you got some shorter ads this time. So you mentioned there was an Overwatch 2 ad? Nice. How coincidental. Yeah, like I said, I apologize. Yeah, just something I'm testing. Twitch was like, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's look into this. I'll make it as unintrusive as possible. 2 times an hour. That's it. That's all you get, Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a reputation thing I have enabled that makes it so I guess, they become insane. And so because I don't have a criminally insane ward set up, and the game's like, oh, you don't have a cell for them. So I'm like, I don't want to deal with you right now. I don't have anywhere to put you, so I'm just gonna kill you. Yeah, I'm awful. That's a mod I have that allows me to do that. I can also sentence them to death row anytime I want. Holy shit, what? You get in? Did you get in? What? Holy shit, what? Yes, and also that's horrible. Yeah, I know it is. But good, that's still spewing water. Hey, they got 6 out of 7 cells, you know? That's 8 out of 10. A boombox and snack machine will bring it up to 10. Snack. To be fair, I literally don't know anything about those prisoners. That is my friend Snake. He deals with them. When we play multiplayer like we did yesterday, what ends up happening is he builds on the other side of the highway, the criminally insane ward, and I deal with all the non-mentally insane people. I don't want to deal with them in the game right now. I mean, it's cool, but I don't have anywhere set up for them, and it's a pain to set it up. There, you get a boombox now. Now, this should be 10 out of 10, right? Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Satisfaction. Now what's the quality? 11 out of 10? No, still 10 out of 10. Are they getting enough sleep, though? That's the question. Yes, they're finally getting enough sleep. No. I'm not missing it. It's something I can add to make the quality better. I don't need it because I don't have Fog of War on. If I had Fog of War on, without CCTV, I wouldn't be able to see any of this. It'd all be fog. But I play with Fog of War off. I absolutely despise Fog of War. I want to see what's going on in my prison at all times. I don't want to set up CCTV cameras everywhere. I can make everything better, but I just choose not to. 6 out of 10 for their canteen, so they can't complain too much. I used to play that way where I had all of them. Before I really knew about the game, I used to play that way because I didn't know of all these settings. Plus, back then it was like alpha and beta. God, they've come a long way. I've been playing this game for so many years. No, I don't have a character. You don't have a character. You're the warden. Basically, you're the warden. In a way. No, you're not the warden either. You're nobody. I don't know. You're nobody. You're nobody, really. You just build the prison. I don't know. And you get phone calls for shit. Satisfaction. Warden, I believe. Whew. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Who are you? Oh. Huh. Since there's only one way into the prison, everybody has to come through here or... Yeah, here. There's only one way in and one way out. As it should be. Seeing you in a closed-off command center with tons of CCTV and like a toilet in it would be kind of funny. There is another thing you can do. Let me auto-save this again. Today's date is 10/5/22. There is a there is an escape mode where you can try to escape your prison. Don't know how this works, but I've never done this, so I don't know. Now, we're going to try to escape my prison. Yeah, this ain't going to go well. It is not going to go well at all. Now that's me. I'm Mr. Gibbs. I built this prison so good that I know I'm not gonna be able to escape. There's no fucking way I can escape. Oh my god, this is taking too long. Escape, it's your only way out. Step 1, reputation. Your reputation means everything in here. Boost your reputation by starting fights. Hurting people will really get you noticed, but breaking things is a good place to start. The more damage you can cause in one fight, the better. Leave no witnesses. If a guard spots you fighting, you'll get punished for it, unless, of course, they are no longer around. Getting knocked out looks bad. You're better off ending a fight on your own terms. Step 2, squad. Recruit others to join your escape attempt. Whistle to call them over and they'll stick with you everywhere you go. Click their name in the top left. They'll even join you in fights, which can help you increase your reputation even faster. Train up your squad. You'll never know when having a skilled fighter or a competitive sprinter nearby will end up being useful. Step 3, contraband. You'll need weapons and tools. Find a room where there will be something you want. Take a look around and you'll quickly find something useful you can steal. Watch out for metal detectors and guards trying to search you. If you are found with anything, they'll grab it and throw you in solitary. Stash your equipment. You can hide your findings in your cell or the cells of others. Just remember where you've left things. Step 4, tunnels, a quiet way out. Grab a digging tool and start a tunnel for the toilet and your cell. Digging is slow. Get your squad members to help you dig. Don't get spotted. If a guard sees you entering or exiting a tunnel, you'll be rumbled. Good luck, you're going to need it. Yeah, this is going to be really bad. Oh, especially since I have armed guards there at the exit. Yeah, there's no way of getting out. Ah, this is taking too long. Hi, Snake. How was your nap? The chalk outline. Ow. $76 in here. Holy moly. Meetings was okay and whatnot. Lois and I thought you fell asleep because you haven't been around today? Oh, you're around? Oh, okay. Yay. I've actually never done this, so this will be cool. Oh. For the most part, I've got free room to do what I want for a while. Pretty much, I'm good. Once my stupid punishment's over. I didn't do nothing that time, damn it. Wait, how did I... Wait, what happened? I died? How? How did I die? I don't know what happened there, but okay. Oh, first off, that took way too fucking long, so all these helipads need to go. They were just placed temporarily anyway. I want to get rid of these helipads. Why are you not letting me, game? Because you don't want me to. Uh-oh. Okay. Can we... I can't... There we go. Dump. Leave just those two then. These three, actually. I shouldn't cheat. I was like, oh, I could cheat. I can put in, you know... Alright, have them do that real quick. Oh, it is connected. What? Yeah. I am going to do something silly, just because I can, and I don't know. I feel like I should. I'm just curious. That's all. Let's put a regular door there. I wonder what'll, if I can. What'll happen if I try to do this? Where do I need to go? Right there? No, this is my single player worlds. This isn't our multiplayer one thing. I felt like playing the multiplayer one wouldn't be fair without you. There. See, that technically would be an easy ass way out of here. Because there's no guards down there. So I'm just curious that if that will work. Through the yard? Nope, you can't. The yard has a fence around it. No. It's kind of cheaty, but I put that door in and that pathway all the way down to where the power station is, because I left open a little area where there's a office with a staff door, so I could potentially break the staff door and escape. Again, not fair because I'm setting myself up, but I want to see what is possible. So I need to look into tough instead of strong, because damn, I forgot that them tasers hurt. They're killing me with tasers. God. Also, as it says up there, 7 minutes and 20 seconds more ads will play, guys and girls and non-binary pals. Ugh, this takes forever. And you can't. So, how's everyone's day going? Dark, how's work going? Has it slowed up at all? Long. Well, has it at least slowed up a bit? Oh, I'm going in this cell this time. Okay. I can't. Oh, that's sad. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What have I done? Oh, this is good. Just went to lunch and got 2 new emails. Oh my goodness. I thought I could. I can. I've so broken this so bad. I'm gonna end up causing a power outage. Yes, get the power turned off, then you can escape. No, I still won't be able to escape, but... Alright, I'll stop there. Let's end fight. 55 rep points. Holy shit. I mean, I basically can escape now, but I'm being nice and not. Okay, Oh, everything's maxed out. uh... Oh, shit! This is bad. I've basically broken it. Yeah, right? I basically won. It sucks because I basically cheated. I don't... I don't feel right about this, but I was just curious what would happen, that's all. The rat's like, oh shit. Yeah, let's not kill the power. Oh, I can't kill the rat. Oh, that sucks. Oh shit! I just took out the water today. Oh shit. Let's end. How do we get rid of the contraband? We can't. Ah. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, oh, oh shit, I got shot. Damn it. I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have gone over there. Well, at least I know they work now, the guard towers. Now I gotta wait to see if someone comes and finds me. Ugh. Probably not. My workers are doing their job. They're fixing everything I broke. There we go. Skip punishment. That'll work. Hey. So that's what I can do. So I can get more reputation points and use them on my guys. Oh, I can't have any more? Okay. You better be careful. We're just like starting shit here. Oh shit. Oh no! Oh, I'm still going. Oh, it switched to another. Oh, because it switched to someone else. Right. Oh, that's cool. Ah, that was close. Ah. GG. He's still following me now. Let's get punishments. Let's be nice. Let's get punishments. So we're all safe again. When I played, I like to join a random prison and break free of it as fast as I can. That's fair. Oh, I'm supposed to be asleep. I'm just like, no, fuck that. I just broke right out like it ain't no big deal. Oh shit. No you don't. Are you chasing after me? Oh hell no, bitch. Oh hell no, we ain't playing this. Oh hell no, you can just fuck off. You can just fuck right off, guard. I'm faster than you. You get very deadly, you get a key from a guard, you walk right out. Nice. I've been drinking so many people. This isn't the original person I was playing as. I don't see the guard anywhere. There he is. Oh shit. I can't see him anymore. Oh, I can't get any more reputation points with this guy. Nope. Yes. Yes! Ooh, we're living it up now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Stop, 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 stop. For the moment, stop. Of course I'm injured, which sucks. Ah, damn it. This is getting good, actually. Today's breakfast entails a half baguette, spinach dip, and a pastry. My breakfast was my lunch. Spaghetti. Spaghetti! Everyone gets super strong. That's very important. It sucks I'm doing this, but it's fine. Why am I not getting any more points for this? That sucks. Hey! Come here. Here, I'm supposed to be asleep, and I'm like, we're good. Oh, damn it. Oh, now they're mad. Oh, yeah. Whee! Oh. Excuse you. No! No! Okay, good. You all leave me alone now? Okay, good. Anyone else we can take care of here? What the fuck? I have no clue what happened. Oh, you dummy. Shouldn't have done that. You let me out. I'm injured, but you let me out. Oh, you let the cat out of the bag. Good news is we're not dying yet, so I don't want to die. And I was smart enough to recruit other people. Killing armed SWAT and take his assault rifle. Unfortunately, there is no armed SWAT here. I am so injured. I still don't know what to do with the contraband. Ah! Oh shit. Okay. Oh. Ha ha ha. I don't know what I can do with this other than hit people with it. Let's end the fight. Take these rep points real quick. And distribute them where they need to go. Everyone needs to become tougher. It's a master and lethal combat moves and can sometimes kill with a single hit. Oh boy. Oh, you betcha. You betcha I can. Oh, look at that guard. Oh shit, I'm in. No, I'm injured. I don't wanna do that. I'm injured. If I wasn't injured, I would, but I'm injured, so that's a hard pass. All right. Well, since you're around, how has your day been, Snake? Oh, you better fucking believe I just killed him and took his keys. Oh, that's crazy. Let's I don't know what. Let's end. You're OP right now, man. You're doing good stuff. This prisoner sells seeds of discontent and all those nearby. When he causes trouble, nearby prisoners will feel compelled to do the same. Oh, we should. I need 10 more to redeem it again. Oh, problem is I got rid of my keys. Not my keys, my knife. Yes, kitty cat. What's up? I surrendered on purpose. Hey, hey, come on. Come on, baby. You can't go under there. Shackled me. I'm doing good. I'm here eating. No, 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 no. I surrendered on purpose. No one's coming to get me. Let's get punishment. Ooh, they chasing me. Are trying. Well, if nothing else, I at least want to try to get this guy out. Now that the officers are after me. Yes, kitty cat. Oh my gosh. Oh, with the timing. Good, I ended fight. Ugh, just in the nick of time, too. Do they even know where I am anymore? Oh, there's one. He's on break, but still. Doesn't mean he can't get me. There we go. What do we got? What do we got? Yes. No. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I can go in here, but there's too many detectors. I will get caught. Ooh. I can't. Oh, I took his gun. Fuck yeah. Alright. This guy's no, we're not surrendering. Can't end fight. That's fine. Congratulations, you win. Ow. I'm not doing anything. I didn't do anything. I'm being good. Oh shit! I don't know what I did, but it gave me that. Holy crap! Whatever I did, I get. Jesus Christ! I found a bug. Holy shit! Did I just discover a bug? Oh, I don't know what I just did, but I discovered a major bug. Yay! I actually discovered a bug and broke the game. Wow. Okay. I'm just gonna let that keep going. You know, why not? Okay. My reputation points keep going up and up and up and up and up. They're not stopping. I don't know what I did or what happened. I just know I did something. You can only recruit like 5 people, I think. At least that's what I saw I could only do. I'm just letting it keep going. I'm gonna let it go till it decides it's done. Oh, you had 10? I didn't know that. I have to keep trying. But yeah, I'm gonna let that keep going up, man. That's free points. That is free rep points. I don't have to do anything to get. Yeah. I don't know how you create a prison riot, but yeah. It never ends. That was mean. They literally tased us just because they could, even though we were in here being good. That's not nice. So, at what point should I just end punishment? I mean, 9,000 rep points. I'll never use all that. 10k and then I'll stop. 10k. Just get the 10k. Just because. And we'll see if I get to keep all these rep points or not. It finally stopped. 10,001. Holy fuck. It is nuts. It's going up again. I have actually discovered a bug. I have discovered a terrible bug. You know what? I'm gonna use it to my advantage. I can basically... I can just grab anybody I want, max them out. Boys is already one of mine. Come on, boys. Follow me. He won't follow me anymore. I don't know how to make him follow. Oh, it finally stopped. Whatever I did. Yeah, only some of them aren't following me. Oh, everybody's down at food. I guess that's where I should go. I don't want to cause trouble. There we go. No, he's dead. That sucks. Okay. I need to fix those doors. Okay. Ah! I literally can't click you guys. Anybody else? It's... Oh, maybe I have reached the limit finally. Oh, there's a hole there. Yep, I've reached the limit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. So 14 looks to be the max. Wish there was a button I could push that just automatically max them out. We don't need swimmer, but why not? I'm down to 4K. Man, points go quick. Oh shit! Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I fucked up. I forgot there was a... Oh really? No you don't. We're fucking rioting, bitches. Let's fucking go. Damn it! I keep missing. I couldn't get him! This guard is untouchable. There we go. He runs! Instead of fighting, he runs! Come on, give me someone else! No, give me someone else! Fucking hell. Uh-oh. Oh, you bitch. Whoa, wow, that was instant. Ow. Damn it. Come on, attack them. Attack the guard, for God's sake. There we go. The guard was like, maybe I don't want to touch this dude after all. Yes, this is good. This is getting good. Ah. We don't surrender. It's a no-no. Let's go, guys. Let's take care of these. Well, why won't they attack? Oh, okay then. Fuck. This is actually hard. I got one guy left. I don't know what he's doing. And he was tased. Alright. Skip punishments. Lurking stream, you mean? No worries. I should be by later. I'm actually enjoying this. This is actually quite interesting. Oh, bitch, please. Ooh. Oh, another dead one. Yeah. Oh, damn. Oh my goodness, this is getting... Fuck. I didn't mean to injure him, but... Oh. Ooh. All right. Escape mode is actually pretty cool. It's not quite what I thought it would be, but then again, it's not bad either. I can't destroy the power station because it's too big. Okay. He just sees me doing this. He's just like, Nope. Fuck no. Not happening, dude. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll never take all this out. It's impossible. Alright, I'm gonna leave them alone now. Anyone else? Ah. You got a lot of contraband and that's why you guys are down here away from everyone. Look at that officer. Fuck, I missed. You don't even care. Ah, he put me in cuffs. 85 hours of punishment. Oh, damn. It's... Oh, we were on a fucking rampage for sure. Yeah, fuck you. Goodbye. Oh, you bitch. How can you not get out of this? There we go. Exactly. Nope. Nobody. Oh, no. Fair. And then you're going to continually beat me up. Wow. Wow. Oh, I need these guards need to go. Fuck yeah, let's back out. I hope that wasn't one of my guys, no. So there's not much of a chance. Come on, let's get out of this. Yes. 85 hours of that is insane. 85 hours. We did that much damage to stuff. I know the goal is to escape, but I'm having a lot of fun just killing. She's gonna get a smack and I'm gonna... Oh, wow. That's what I want. No, I wanted the knife. Well, I just realized you guys can't see, well, that was weird. Okay. We probably should escape, but... Kill a couple more guards and then... Oh, hello. Oh, no you don't, bitch. Ah, I injured you, yes. Come on. Gotcha. Nah. Shouldn't mess with me. Well, a badass. Oh, stupid rats. Can I can't kill the rats, boo. Oh, this is a long ass run. Oh. I missed. Oh, you finally got me. This is great. Oh, this is great. I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, shit. The guard's none the wiser either. He's just like, I don't know. Oh, God. Here comes another guard. Hi, dude. Oh, you got me. Ah. Oh, I can't actually get them. I killed somebody. I killed somebody that I shouldn't have killed. Oops. I'm killing everybody but who I want to kill. Which is the guards. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Give me your weapon, bitch. That's right. Weapon, bitch. Fucking weapon. Oh, yeah. This is good. Oh, come on, bitch. Oh, damn. Oh, he just destroyed everything. Like, fuck it. He's like, I'm on break. Come on, you can do it. Holy shit. Can you do it? No, because we're gonna... Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, 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 everything aligned just perfectly. Look at that. We actually escaped through the prison for reals. That was pretty good. I actually did it. GG, that was good. Man, everybody's locked up now. Oh, you escaped. Man, everybody's locked up. All right. With 1,000 lies in a good disguise. Let's skip punishments. It's only gonna cost a couple rep points. Not a big deal. Hmm. killed so many damn guards. Oh shit. Damn it, it is hard to land a good hit on them. Ooh. Mmm. Ooh, yes. Oh. Fuck. Yes. Damn it! I can't get any more. Oh. Oh man. Yes. Wait, what? Oh, many deck cards. So many fucking deck cards. It just looks so bad on the prison. Are you seeing deck cards? Oh shit, man, that is awful. So good. What? As soon as you attacked, you got. I'm sorry. What now? There we go. Oops! I killed the wrong person. Ah, there we go. Now we got it right. And surrender. As I watched them attack me multiple times, right? Oh Oh, yes! I'm impressed I didn't call this guy at this point. No kidding. Hi, Michael. You earned a new follow today. My friend Dark Shadow followed you. Oh my gosh. Whew. I showed a few clips from your stream by shouting you out, and well, you earned yourself a follow. All right, let's come on. Yeah. Yes. Now surrender. Now your turn. Thanks. If I can live up to. You're a Zelda streamer. You're doing Ocarina of Time now, so yeah, you can live up to quite a bit. It's an amazing thing. All right, it's going on 6 hours. I can't believe I streamed this long. I was just about to head out. Actually, maybe I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I want to, but I don't want to. Is the thing. Oh, you dumbass! You didn't kill a guard like you were supposed to. Supposed to actually kill a guard. There we go. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't called in the cavalry on me either. It's, dude, it's fine. You're a busy person, are you not? I actually tried to stream early for a change to see if you were able to catch me, but you have a life, man. You got work, you got home, you got a husband, you got a dog. That stuff takes a lot of time, and it's not a big deal. And I appreciate you stopping by, even if it's for a couple minutes. You know that. I'll never say I'm mad. I'm happy anybody's able to stop by at all. I'm not that great of a streamer. Yes. Come on. Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I came home, and as my husband didn't have too much time for a walk, I did a long walk with my dog. After that, it was dinner time, and here I am late as heck. Dude, it's fine. I'm not complaining. I totally understand. Since you're here, are you streaming this Friday? I can't remember if you said you were or not. I know it's the first Friday of the month. I think you said the first Friday you don't? Or was it every couple months? Ready? And there we go. Hancock's doing good. Hancock's got a lot of, Oh, good job, Hancock. Good job, man. You're doing good. Oops. No, you don't. Alright. I probably will. Let's hope they don't get... Hey! Holy moly! Oops. I probably will. Let's hope they don't get panicky at work and ask for a Saturday shift. But as for now, I plan to stream. Awesome. I should be there. Yeah, I should be able to attend Friday stream. Now, if it was a Saturday for any reason, I wouldn't. Ow, ow. Gonna be out of town Saturday morning, and I think Saturday night we're going to a bonfire. Yes, sweetheart. Yeah. Yes, kitty cat. Oh my goodness. Hey, come on out from under there. Mm-hmm. Look at all of them. Oh shit. Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and surrender. Let's be nice. As they attack me, I killed multiple of their friends. Oh, they're not happy at all. Feeling like a psycho freak sometimes. Try to get connected, no Wi-Fi. I don't know how many spare guards I have. Or are they... So many dead guards. It's crazy. Ah, now you spotted me. Oh, you guys are fast. I can't pull away from them. Oh, I actually cannot get away from them. This is crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I didn't have the game screen on. Oh, man. Oh, come on now. Oh, you're hurting. I went ahead and surrendered because I felt like it was a good idea. Still gotcha. Oh, I'm actually... oh, I thought I'd already got shackled. No. Ooh, he's still good to go. Oh, there he goes. How many more guards can I, like... are there? Damn it. Yeah. I think these are all new hires because they don't have tasers yet. So that's interesting. So it hires. So does it continue to hire new guards? I actually got to look this up. Oh, so they do spawn back in. Okay. Ah, okay. Well, so that would be 10, 5, 22. Save. Quit out the game. I am very hot. We're gonna go on a raid. Since he is live now, I can raid him. Dark, are you still here? Or did you leave me? Yeah, there he is. Well, I appreciate everybody for stopping by. To the person that rated and followed me earlier was the Def B. Thank you for following and thank you for rating with those 3 viewers. I appreciate that. Michael, thanks for stopping by. Dark Shadow, thanks for stopping by. Lois, Snake, I appreciate you guys for stopping by as well. We're gonna go on a raid. Here's our raid message. Also, if you guys would like, there's my socials. Here's Discord. You're under no obligation to do so. Also, I started uploading the VODs to YouTube, so if you want to catch them after they're gone off Twitch, you can keep watching them on YouTube. I'm going to archive them there. So, love you guys, and I'll see you again soon. Bye. You guys ready to raid? Almost time. It's been fun. I'll try to do this again tomorrow, no promises. Yes, let's go. Alright guys, I'll see you at Lazy Glassman. Let's go give him a nice warm welcome.
And get that back. And oh snap! A totally not expected raid from Amura. Oh no! I'm in shock! Yo! Michael! Thank you so much for supporting your streamer in your raid. Amora, how did you enjoy frying my brain?
Whoa,
With
sugar iced
with,
tea. Oh crap!
with
That was dumb.
Project Architect or Prison
What just-
Architect.
I just drove my.
That clip was great. Made sure not to. Made sure to wait a good while. That's fair. That's fair.